Okay, so today we draw Rodolfo Damaggio. Rodolfo Damaggio. So Rodolfo Damaggio is an artist born in Brazil, and then he moved to Los Angeles and became like super professional, top level in Hollywood, drawing concept art, illustrations, storyboards for many, like Iron Man, Captain America. It's like this, what's called Neverland or Tomorrowland, this one. So just fantastic art. And yeah, so I will give link to his art station. You can go to look. It's just amazing. And here we can break down some of his works, like a very interesting 3-point perspective situations. Так. Так. Let's see. Here. So here we have 3-point. Oh. So let's see. And also it's interesting, it's kind of not perfect. It's like, let's see, here is y-axis, right? So it's supposed to be straight, but it's curved. So it's this kind of this. So here is R, Y. Yeah, like this curvature, I think like little exaggerated. Yeah, you see it going like off grid, little. So it's just another example of how you don't need to be like super precise, like, like a robot. Important you follow main principles, like you understand how all this work. This is number one priority. And then like your implementation, your actual kind of drawing of it can have some errors, some tiny mistakes. It's not a big deal, and unless you understand what you're doing, all these tiny errors is just like human factor. Hello, Harry. Nice, Boston. Так, hello to Boston from Taiwan. Yeah, I immediately remember this soundtrack from a movie. Так, so in here we have the axis. Let's see where is vanishing point. Yeah. So kind of the vanishing point about here. So, and then when we have vanishing point, now we know where is horizon line. Right, so here we have like curved horizon line. HL. Nice. Hello to Chile. Так, Z and X. So you see. So here we have, I think this can use like for X. here. So yeah, and already is kind of like X vanishing point about here. So what is I always like keep repeating this. So when we have curved horizon line, right, you need to remember how behave this curvature. So let's say X vanishing point here. You see here curvature go in this direction, right? Like kind of bending that way, right? So at certain point it start to bend other way, right? So it means we have transition from this bend to other bend. It means in somewhere in the middle will be straight line. So this is our main principle here for a curvature. So horizon line curve this way, then we have straight line, and then we have curvature start to go in the opposite. It's go until it's again align with the horizon line. You see here. So here we have this horizon line, we have X align with horizon line, can go up here. Then it's more convenient to see this curvature when you establish straight line right away, right? So you establish straight line, now you say, okay, we have this already going bent up other way, opposite to horizon line, and you can just kind of continue this, right? And here now we have like this between space, which is also like much easier to see how to make curvature here when you have this like a Camerton straight line, right? So you can draw this way and we can have this way. So understanding of this like key points, key constructive features allow you to make it right without being too kind of digging too much into like super precision. Because when you don't see, when you don't understand these principles, then you will just like trying to like go here, go there. It's like, oh, you know, it became like too daunting, kind of, right? So let's see. Let's go down. Let's immediately kind of break down some other pictures, right? So here we have is, I think it's not even like 3-point, it's like 2-point perspective. So immediately kind of see y-axis. Okay, it's like little tilted here. But here is not tilted. So again, it's some kind of weird, I don't know, it's like human factor, I will call it. So basically it's just straight parallel y-axis here. But again, like when you learn from artists like this, you can create like little different version. You can make same picture with like clearly convergent y-axis, or even like curved y-axis. Let's say like this. You know, so be more kind of when you like change it a little bit, right? So you study principles instead of copying. So this kind of help you to better learn, to better understand, like make it be your own experience. So then we look for because if you make your own decision, it's already became like more like your own work. All right. So we have the vanishing point here. Let's see. Interesting. Okay, so this building in the front have other vanishing point. So anyway, so I will take like far plane, like middle plane, the vanishing point for perspective grid. So it's kind of this general grid, and then we have like building on the front. Maybe other color. Which color take? Okay. Building on the front is have its own like z slash vanishing point. See, same horizon line, but this building on the first plane have like little rotated, so it's not parallel to street. Which is also kind of like I always talking about this. I recommend to, when we have like picture with many elements, it's better to find like a grid, like vanishing point, which will kind of be constructive structure for most elements. So here's like we have most kind of major is middle plane and the far plane here, right? So for this I make perspective grid with this z vanishing point, and in the building on the front plane, it's just like an extra personal vanishing point tag. So, and let's see, X. So you don't need to draw like for an extra vanishing point, you don't need to draw like every line. You only you can even just just show where's vanishing point, and then it help you to see where this line goes. So you don't need to make like a grid for it. This kind of point, this kind of priority I'm talking about. So once we have horizon line here, we can also see x-axis. So it will be like convergent towards horizon line, right? So like kind of this roof here. So above horizon line it's convergent downwards, below horizon line it's convergent upward. So that's it. So if we draw here, it's like a schematic here. Here kind of like this. X. Так. Z. So, like everybody asks me like what I recommend to start, like which best exercise to start learn perspective. This kind of stuff. So once you understand, like you need to like start from very basics, just like what is like 1 point, 2 point, what is horizon line, like. But once you understand this, I recommend to do this kind of practice, because it will save you a lot of time and you will understand how to apply. Because like you should ask yourself like what is your goal, like what is the reason why you learning perspective for, right? If you want to draw, so what you're learning for, what you want to do, it's something which already been done by someone else, right? Like, I mean, it's certain art direction. So you go, you choose artworks which you consider like a pinnacle or like a masterpiece, like best example, something you are looking up to, right? You collect these works and you start to break them down, how they use perspective in their work. This you should start like in your first week of learning perspective. So you start to learn perspective, like, okay, what is vanishing point? What is horizon line? You understand this kind of super basics, right? And then immediately you start to break down your favorite artworks. Because this immediately creates this connection between theory and practice, between like all your this like creative kind of your creative search, you know, like how to connect, you know, also like theory and imagination, right? So, you know, you also might think about this stuff. So like, yeah, I learn perspective, but then when I draw from imagination, everything is like falling apart. It's like crumbles. Like I don't know exactly how to apply, or like I forget in perspective immediately. Yes, because you don't have this connection between like understanding how basic principles applies to actual work. And when you make such breakdowns, it's exactly what you learn. It's exactly what you train. You learn just what is the practical use of perspective, you know, how it should be applied. And this is like, you know, people like liking this super clickbait videos, like secret hack, like I don't know how they call it also. Gatekeepers hiding it from you, you know, and stuff like untold truth and whatever, right? Something which will make you immediately better and blah blah blah. Yeah, this kind of thing. I just don't know how to make it shiny and blinking like these guys do, right? I don't know how to sell, but I'm just speaking straight, right? Using just clear, straight language. Say this exactly what you need. And this what is kind of what you are missing in your practice. And this is huge. It's huge. It's like super simple, but it's super efficient. So here, let's see where is X. And here, interesting, you see we have this Z vanishing point, but where is X vanishing point? Where is X axis? It's kind of not very clear, but maybe we can use this as hint. Let's try. Okay. So if this X and here is our horizon line. So then let's use this technique, draw in the middle. So okay, this will be our kind of X perspective grid here. So that's it. We have vertical, Z, and X. So what is also kind of this rule, especially like among storyboarders, they're talking about this. Even if you draw like a sky with the clouds, right, you still better use perspective grid, because perspective grid, it's not some kind of guiding lines. It's showing you properties of space, right? So you understand like what kind of conditions you're seen in, right? So it's like how is distorted, how is like, because it's distorted is not a space distorted, it's observer perception distorted, right? It's a kind of like a personal perception. So you kind of establishing perception of a space, like, and condition of observer, let's say, because he can be above, below, he can like look in like wide angle, or he can very focus on a narrow area, so it will be more like long shot, let's say, like wide view or long view, right? So that's kind of important also to remember. Так, so in here again it's like first most clear, you can read this y axis. It's like it's kind of this rare example of sci-fi, not cyberpunk. Tomorrowland here. Okay, so this kind of our y-axis. Then we can look for a z. Let's take this. This different angle. Let's check this one. Okay, so it's like let's also look on the ground what happened here. This one. Okay, yeah, so the vanishing point, like main the vanishing point for perspective grid, will be here. So because we see so many elements of composition depend on this vanishing point, so that's why I make it like a main, so I can make perspective grid from this. This building is like have other vanishing point, and there might be some other object which have like other vanishing point, which again is important to have this hierarchy kind of. It's also because, let's say, okay, let's show here. So we have this the vanishing point, so it means we have horizon line, right? So, and I draw like buildings, they just follow in this the vanishing point, right? So, and this is the vanishing point line on the horizon line. But then, let's say, have building which is not following this the vanishing point. So, and I can draw it even without making vanishing point. I just kind of point it towards horizon line, right? So if here this one go into vanishing point z, and this x, it's just like parallel to paper, right? Parallel to picture frame. Then here, because this building have vanishing point farther away, it means its X also will like change. So it will go a little below like this. So I can do this, and it looks like pretty close. I don't need to calculate, I don't need to vanish point. I already kind of able to draw it, you know, without vanishing points. But to be kind of confident with this, it helps when there is already a perspective grid, right? Because perspective grid give me horizon line, it give me some other grids for comparison, so I can like work against it. So it's something to kind of contrapost against, right? So, and when I have also this building, so I have here horizon line. Let's do this like one below. And so this building wall, right? And this horizon line. So building itself is like it's like perspective grid, because here I have this line, here I have this line. So now I draw transition, subdivide, 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 right? So I can do it without making lines to vanishing point. It's just making transition between this line and this, this and this. Same principle like you make draw perspective grid. So you don't need to make like all, like every line on the whole page, kind of like, oh, where is second, you know. So it's kind of tiny detail, but it really helps to like optimize process, because such tiny detail is like what make everything so messy kind of and overwhelming when you like lost you cannot draw anymore, because it's like everything is so messy and so many lines on your page, and you're like, really, I hate perspective because it's impossible. It's like, it's inhuman, right? Like, how can you draw your picture when you need to draw so many constructive lines? Yeah, in reality you don't need. You need to optimize, you need to understand like that you don't need to draw like really every line, and you don't need to make your perspective perfect either. You need to only like work with the principles. This is what you do. So here is our X. So I take this bridge. Yeah, and because it's like match with this window, right? This bridge, this window. So I assume, okay, this line and this line there is like kind of 90 degree, right? Like we have, because Z axis and X axis, they have 90 degree angle, or they're perpendicular to each other. So in a building, if we know this building is a box, so it's this side and this side, they have 90 degree relationship. So we can see, okay, so this side going to Z, so it means the other side will go in to X vanishing point, right? So this building is definitely telling us where is direction for X axis. And then we see this building is a match also with the bridge. So it's clear now. Yeah, it's our X axis. And now we have horizon line. We have this diagonal line here. And I can just kind of continue, right? So I look to which extent it will keep bending, kind of, oh no, converging. So let's say like this. Probably fine. Then subdivide and continue here. And I can like subdivide as much as I want. Right? So that's how it works. So let's go one more picture here. Так. So we have y-axis. So here he makes these marks on the wall. So these are y-axis here. Then we see x. So you see, all this became like your vocabulary of space drawing, like perspective vocabulary. Because you think like, okay, like what kind of situations I can draw with a 3-point perspective, right? And you look different artists and see like, okay, so many of variations, like so many of very different things can be. It can be interiors, exteriors, and you analyzing them, and it's like create your own vocabulary. I mean, just like a language, right? Like nobody sit himself and just say like, okay, let me create some words myself. So like, yeah, I learn alphabet and now I will make my own words. It's kind of weird, right? Like nobody needs this language from you. You go and you learn how other people speak, what kind of words they use, how they describe like situations, or like how they do phrase their messages. And this is how you learn how to speak yourself. Same here, like why we rush into like being like I want to draw everything myself without like being educated about other artists' work. So you see here we have these lines. It's like they're showing us the direction. And each of this thread, so is the direction. So no much for the here. So then what we do, let's say, okay, so here how it helps, what other thing you should notice is like we have relationship with y and x. So let's say about here, y will align with z, you see? So y-axis align with z-axis, and it's kind of like perpendicular to x-axis. This line now it's also help us to find vanishing points and find, let's see, no, vanishing point will be outside or not. Let's see, yeah, vanishing point should be outside, so it's just like going very close. This line going very close, but as constructive element, right? This line here, it's our straight line. So, like I was talking before, it means like this z-axis here, it's a straight, and then we have like conversion to opposites. You see what I mean? So it's like on the left side from this line, z go in this direction. On the right side, I start to go opposite direction. So this is what I tell you is like you notice where y-axis merge, like align with z-axis. See, so this y-axis and z-axis, they're merged together here. And this means it's this kind of like a division. So z-axis on the left side from this line, they converge in this direction, but now from other side they converge in other direction. So it's again this kind of very, very subtle but core nuance. So, and this thing is like, it's always in your face, but this just like how our brain works is like when you take like a exercise from perspective book and you have like, okay, horizon line, z vanishing point, here you have this z-axis, right? And you have y-axis like this, right? You didn't notice, but this is exactly what has happened. You see, we have this z-axis going here and merge with the y-axis, and then I start to go other direction. Same on the above horizon line. It's going here, merge with the y-axis, and now go in other direction. And this what is kind of this why we need to practice, why we need to exercise knowledge. And this why is huge difference between beginners who have a little practice. They just think they know everything, but they never like test their knowledge. And the people who spend like 10,000 hours practicing, testing their knowledge. And the funny paradox here is like there is no much knowledge. It's the same foundations, right? It's like hundreds of tiny nuances which you discover, which you understand only when you practice. This is kind of what it's about. Так. Okay. Whoop. So now we'll draw on the paper. Так, hello, Henrik Costales. Yeah, kind of like cinematic panel. How to make cinematic panel in the comics. It's like your question too general. Look, I have many video about this. It's called in a folder, in a playlist, masters. You can see I explain in perspective from different manga, comic book artists, and the animation, like a Ghost in a Shell, Akira, and there is like I break down perspective from Domu, from Daniel Warren Johnson. So yeah, there is like this general type of shots, there is camera angles, and when you ask about cinematic kind of shots, right? I guess this is what you mean. It's like certain type of camera angle and a sort of type of camera lens. So it's like long lens or wide angle, right? So it's like what we're talking here about. So I recommend you go there to watch, because it's kind of big question. I cannot answer it in 5 minutes. I answer it already with 50 videos. You can check them out. Very, very helpful for sure. Так, let's break it here.
Who are you?
Bond. Jim Bond.
Okay, let's draw. So I remind again, as today we're breaking down perspective of Rodolfo Damaggio. He's like fantastic. He's like, he has so many skills, like solid perspective, solid figure drawings, closing drawing, animal. He can draw animals also very well. And you can see, is like you can find, I will give a link to his art station. You can see he's like a storyboard for Iron Man. Так, white shot, not visible. So, and a storyboard for Iron Man, like, and Captain America. And it's like he show everything there. It's crazy. It's like all these dynamic shots. He show it there. Так, so we have curved horizon line. So if you want to draw kind of dynamic scenes or cinematic scenes, you know, all this it's a word, but you want to be artist, right? Not a writer. So show yourself what do you mean by dynamics or cinematic scene, right? Gather works which is examples of like a scene you want to draw yourself. Break them down, and this is how you learn. And this is not like my idea. It's not I create this. They say like, oh, you know, my some special approach. This is what everybody do, and you will eventually do it. And like, longer you not doing it, you just more wasting your time. You just like stealing this improvement from yourself. Так. And if like its idea is not clear for you, yeah, just go and watch my videos where I show in like here, right, like in the master folder, for example. I demonstrate exactly how you can do it. And for beginning, you can just follow me. Just you see what I draw, you stop video, draw same stuff. All right. And after you draw like 10 or 20 pictures like this, you will understand idea behind it. So you will able to study and break down whatever artist you want. And not only artists, this like can be like scenes from movies. And you might like go to university or pay a lot of money for some kind of masterclass where they will telling you this and I telling you for free, you know. So a lot of problems we have in our life is not because we don't have answer. It's because we can't listen. And it's like a lot of people have trouble with the listening because they like ask questions, they get answer like from me, from universe, you know, from whatever. You just like open your ears and eyes and look for answer you've been asking. But instead people just blah 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 blah. I don't hear you. I don't hear you. And it's like, what wrong with you, dude? Like, do you really want to know answer, or you just like enjoy being ignorant? Так, so here we have this gate. So you see, it's like I kind of like break down to structure, which is like here first space, then we have like these main elements, and like from down up or from inside out, I rebuilding it, recreating it. So it's not if you just kind of copying, you might be like more close to origin or every tiny detail, but you will learn nothing. Like you will learn how to kind of like hold your pencil. you will improve your line confidence and stuff. But to learn perspective, to learn composition, you need to rebuild. You need to get through experience of making picture. So and it's interesting. It's like even if you're making not your own picture, right? So it's like it's not exactly your idea, right? Yeah, no big deal. It's like you don't try to tell other people it's like your idea here. No, but your brain believe it's his idea, because we have this kind of like I don't know, like selfish tendency, right? Like our brain is want to be smart and want to own things. So like, I'm so smart, this is my idea. So once you break it down, once you go through process from inside out, your brain kind of like tell itself, it's like, man, we having a good time, you know? We just draw great picture. We're actually like, I'm a real artist. I can make real pictures, you know? He like taking he like really believe it's like your own picture, like you just make great stuff, and like he remember every step. So it's kind of trick, you know, how to on your brain, so he will be interested in practicing. Because if you draw a picture and you fail, or if you like spend a lot of time and you make some ugly picture in the end, your brain will like kind of like, oh no, let's make a kind of let's pretend nothing happened, you know, and he will try to forget it, you know. I understand it when I was working with children, and I understand how important for children to have this like satisfying result of their efforts. So if they have like in the end of like 40 minutes of drawing, you know, it's like so many, it's kind of exhausting. You need to focus so long time, right? And you also kind of exposing yourself, because you try and you fail, and your brain is like, oh no, I like incapable and stuff, right? It's like, vulnerable kind of situation. So, and it's so kind of basic thing, like for most of children, if they don't like a result, if there is like some ugly muddy picture in the end, they, you know what they will say? You think they will say like, okay, it's my first drawing, next one will be better, right? No, they say, you know, I'm actually never been interested in drawing. They say like, it's drawing, it's stupid, I don't like drawing. I hate watercolor, I hate pencils, I hate paper, I just don't like it. So but if they have like a good satisfying like result, they want to repeat, right? They'll say like, wow, let's make one more, what else we can draw. And same children, it's in everybody brain. So when you fail, your brain starts to kind of whining. It's like, oh, why are we doing it? We can do something like to feel ourselves smart and kind of get some like reward from our how it's called, I forget, you know, our chemical system, like dopamine and stuff. So, and yeah, you can be like super brutal and say like, I don't care about emotions and stuff, but it's only work for some time. And usually you at certain point you will just trick yourself, right? You will not tell yourself like, yeah, I give up because I feel like I'm a failure, and like, no, you will tell yourself like, I hate drawing because it's stupid, you know. So it's objective reality, it's actual, it's a kind of fact, it's true. You need to manage this kind of unstable or like emotional nature of you, right? And this practice, it's super, it's the best, you know, because it gives you this satisfying result. You doing practice, it's just learning, but you have a result, you have cool picture, you feel yourself like you're Masamune Shiro or Tsutomu Nihei, Akira Toriyama, whatever your favorite artist. You just been drawing picture like Akira Toriyama, for example, right? And your brain feels this way. That's it. So you kind of satisfy this like a childhood side of your subconsciousness. You need sometimes to satisfy it. If you're like only like, no, everybody has this thing, but don't have this clear answer. So this is clear answer, because like when you very beginner, your picture will be bad. All right. So to survive through this first period, it helps a lot to make such studies. So I hope I convince you kind of. Так. So here we have dude. There's kind of contents. Anyway, so you see this kind of like structure here. We can convert it to anything else, right? Like instead of horse, I can make the guy here on the motorcycle. So yes, we can like drive a motorcycle. It's kind of can be some cyberpunk. I can put some like advertising on this building. Like advertising on this. Be a robot. So it says this guy. So because I kind of like say like leaning on this work of Rodolfo Damaggio, right? So I kind of make sure I have good picture, and then I have more space for just kind of playing around with it. Which again is like more you put your own stuff inside, more your brain will sure it's his own idea. It's like your subconscious, like who? Other artists? I don't know what other artists. It's entirely my mind. So and that's why it will go into your memory. It's like every satisfying experience became this like a good memory, and will be like properly stored. So next time you will faster remember it, and not only faster remember it, it became your addiction. Your brain will tell like, you know, I remember last time we draw some illustration. He forget you draw other artists, right? He just remember you draw a cool picture and with perspective grids. And he in your brain will like kind of telling you like, I want to draw more perspective because it was amazing. I want to repeat. You will have dreams when you like go to your work table and you draw some pictures, you know. So all this is kind of nuances of like a self-management, right? You understand your weaknesses and you know how to use them for your benefit. So our ego, our like kind of childish subconsciousness, it's our weakness, but we can harness it. We can kind of culturalize it. So here will be. And I maybe I even read it in some book, but forget already where I read it. Anyway, so I also recommend read books, you know, like War of Art, very cool book. Also watch my video how to improve. I almost finished my book about motorcycles. How to draw motorcycles. And I already work on 2 other books. And the other books will be much faster because I just will share my experience, like dynamic perspective and urban sketching. Yeah, so tell me, share in the comments, like, have you practiced this? Like, do you make breakdowns of your favorite artists? Also, kind of, what is your favorite artist? Maybe I will make video about them too. Yeah, so you see here, like, this part is different in my drawing because it's kind of, it should be, yeah, kind of, I draw it a little different, but it follow my structure, so it's good. So I'm not like just mindlessly copying. When you rebuild, there will be like some difference from reference, just because kind of your little miss was like a distance of vanishing point maybe, or little different angle in your perspective grid, and it's great. So it's more unique experience. Hello, I'm just a fish. Так. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was experimenting with animation a little bit, and I'm just like watching some tutorials from Pantoja. Antonika Pantoja. Forget how to spell exactly. It's a dude from Philippines, I think. He have very cool tutorials. So I've been like experimenting, drawing some martial arts. It's so cool. It's just eventually I decide, yeah, better I'm more like illustration and comic books, because I can spend more on drawing details. In animation, you don't have so much time to draw details. It's crazy. A lot of work there. Yeah, but same, like like I have videos breaking down perspective from Akira animation, from Ghost in a Shell. You can, like me, just like almost every scene, like some interesting kind of, from my perspective, like I see, oh, this scene is really kind of remarkable, or kind of specifically shows particular camera angle, right? So I make like hundreds of screenshots, organize them by categories in PureRef, and then practice them breaking down. So have like a down shots, up shots, wide angles, close up, full shots, whatever, you know. Really, I mean, it's really important to do. It's just like deconstruct and reconstruct, and then it became your own language. Also have like pet labor breakdown. Maybe I should look for like Evangelion. Break down some Evangelion perspective. Yeah, nice. Yeah, because like whole creative process is about deconstruction and reconstruction. It's like it might be your personal life experience, so you kind of break it down, you see what is made of, and then you recreate it for other people so they can like experience or kind of understand some insights you have from your life or from your observation. So it's always analysis and synthesis, or deconstruction, reconstruction. Yeah, I've been like also like many years I've been drawing without pencil, because I was kind of believing it's some kind of like it's important quality for artists, you know. It's like real artists don't need pencil to draw. So I said, okay. So I was practiced just drawing without pencil at all. And then I realized it's just kind of like without pencil, you're just doing particular type of work. With pencil, you're doing different type of work. So you just look what kind of work you want to make, and then you follow kind of a process. So like if you look like different artists, like comic book artists, illustrators, and you see like For example, like when this composition is very nuanced and developed, yeah, it's definitely required some kind of like underline sketch stage. If you're making like some like repeat same composition again and again, or your composition is generic, you know, just like kind of like a front view, facade view, everything, yeah, then okay, you can just draw without kind of preliminary sketch, without pre-production kind of stage. But sometimes you want just to invent some composition like which you never seen before. And I had like so many interesting view, like even like draw outdoors, right? Like urban sketching. I don't like just to draw whatever to make it look similar. I want it to be like some really, really crazy composition. And for this, yeah, I spent some time with pencil. I made even like a waste couple of pages just because figuring out how better to draw it. Okay. Some kind of, and that's it. No, why? What this practice help for? It's help you understand how you can use perspective to draw scenes. So, or like, let's say, it's just like make you more literate with perspective. You build your visual vocabulary with perspective principles. So it's not just like vocabulary of drawing stuff in some vague, uncertain space, but like you learn how to draw like particular camera angles, how to draw particular like lens type, like wide lens and stuff. Is this what you learn? I mean, I was just like 20 minutes ago was talking about this. Так. It's like perspective exercise with many benefits, and one of benefits is that is very satisfying. Which is important for your motivation, let's say. So, for example, you know, like people talking about like, oh, art block, depression, whatever. There is so many stuff you can draw. So practically, the art block is not exist. art block is just it's kind of noble name for laziness, because to draw in this stuff you don't need inspiration, you don't need like you don't need to have some special mood or like have idea, and you know, you don't need moves for this. Just take some your favorite work and break it down. It's a routine, and this routine is very kind of, in the end of it you always feel great. That's kind of my point. So it's always like another kind of thing about this practice. It's a solution and like medicine from any kind of art blocks. And this is actual I mean, this is exactly whatever artists do when they draw. It doesn't mean like you use other artists' work for your illustration, but you use something always. It might be like some your own photographs, right? Like you go and make some photographs, or you might use like 3D models. Whatever, it's always some kind of reference you use to make picture. To use these materials, these references, you need core structure, like perspective grid, right? So now is your like thread on which you attach whatever reference you want. So it's just like common process which should be practiced too. So let's see, window here. When you feel like urge to waste your time playing computer game, instead you find some screenshots, maybe video on YouTube. Now so many like gameplay video or whatever. Make screenshots or just like pause, stop video and make a breakdown of its perspective. So it's kind of like you play in this game, but not as a consumer, but as artist. It's like very different modes. Oh, this composition from Rodolfo Damaggio. Not me. Так, let's see. Maybe here I will draw this one. Так. So we have y-axis. Because like, for example, you say you do an animation, right? So there is certain standard for you what animation is good. And you want to draw like this, right? How you will achieve it? Question, right? Like, how will you learn to draw same level? You will go from like far away outside somewhere, like start from some general rules, then you will try like imagine your own scenes and stuff, or like a fastest, shortest, most direct approach, you just break down perspective composition of your favorite animation, like what kind of perspectives they do, what kind of composition in every frame, because it's like a limited it's limited. There's certain limited amount of like a type of shot, right? Like a size of shot. So you gather every size of shots, put them all together. You can have like every scene from animation in your PureRef file. And then you look, okay, what kind of perspective grid they have for each scene. So when you even like total noob, total beginner, if you break down every scene of one cartoon, one animation film, which will be like, I don't know, like 200, something like this. I think like when you will break down like 200 of them, it will like more than enough to understand this, to be able to speak on the same language. So this is a kind of benefit of such practice, right? So I don't say like when you learn, like if you want to draw like a ghost in a shell and you go to practice Rodolfo Damaggio. No, you break down perspective from ghost in a shell. You redraw, rebuild every scene you find important for you, right? Because it's just like kind of basic logic. Because if you want to draw something like ghost in a shell, but then like how irrational artists are, you know, they say like, I don't want to copy from him. I want to make my own stuff. But this is entirely opposite thing, right? If you want to draw like them, you need to understand what makes their work look this way. And this is what everybody actually do. If you see some artists like he like being, let's say like, you know, your age think, right? Like you have these guys like who is your age and they have like, oh, I want to draw anime. He go break down some anime and then in 2 years or in 1 year, he already sit and draw anime himself. Like all this like Sakuga crazy stuff, like super dynamic crazy angles and stuff. And he was like, well, how he do this? Simple, because he been like breaking down. He been breaking down like his favorite anime works. He been just redrawing, copying them, and then he start to draw his own stuff. This is how it works. When you go to like studio, some art studio to work, animation studio, right? First, what you will do, you will copy, you will follow everybody process. It's not like you will like, let's try something new. No, you should learn from everyone. You should like kind of like Ghibli studio, right? Everybody goes there and everybody draw Ghibli stuff. Ghibli. Like same eyes, noses, whatever. Colors. Chat. Okay, so here we have perspective grid. Now we put some composition. So composition here is these like shapes, like a sky, position of main groups of objects and objects. So here we have this building. Here we have there's a building which kind of like follow grid, but it's a flat shape. So it's a flat shape, but its edges following, like, align it with perspective grid. This kind of paradox here. I mean, it's everything is individual. Yeah, I have a second. Yeah, from time to time you should to draw outdoors too, not only from pictures. Like people in a train or from cafe window. It's very cool to draw people in real life. It's like you find some place where you can see people in static poses. Maybe like you in a cafe, for example, you can see people gather on a bus stop. So then you will have them standing for a couple minutes and you can practice drawing figures. Or like you can draw people sit somewhere. So if like people sit, they also have same pose. Like they have a limited amount of poses and they just like switching them. They sit in one pose, then they switch to other pose, then they come back to previous pose, you know. So it's kind of amazing, interesting practice. So let me. So I have my friend guest Thomas Starnes. So it's like old school animator, and he have a blog where he talking about like some tutorials, like also perspective or about animation stuff. Так. Wait. Stop here. Wait. I make a mistake. 1 second. Так, так.
Madness. This is Jane Bond art.
Okay, so here at Thomas Starnes you can look his tutorials. Так, look. Anyway. So. Так. Okay. So anyway. Here we have this. Yeah, mainly I teach perspective. It's like whatever I teach is always like real, no, through perspective kind of lens. So it's like draw vehicles in perspective, draw firearms in perspective, whatever. What is this bridge here? Okay, thank you. Yeah, look around. I have many videos. I have like very, very informative, unique tutorials you will not find anywhere. And some videos like this, it's not super heavy. It's just like here couple points, and then it's just drawing process. But there are some tutorials where is super concentrated material, so you can just look around, like using search or just browse previous videos. So, yeah, see you. So here's some finger. Yeah, look like how Rodolfo drawings, so amazing. Very cool figures. This is You have some ellipses. Maybe this is really shorter here. Hello, your whole day. Yeah, this stream will be available in playlist masters. You can find also like about 50 video of breakdown of other artists. So I really recommend to look at. Look and repeat, draw and repeat. Like how they go. Draw with me kind of stuff. Nice. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, will be also many tutorials soon, like Boolean operations. It's like how to draw objects, kind of school, like cut forms into each other, like sphere into pyramid and stuff like this. Sphere in cylinder. Also will be some urban sketching. And I still need to make some one more chapter from Scott Robertson book. So you see, like, kind of most difficult part is composition and perspective grid, and then making details. It just became like, well, it can be routine or it can be like fun part, you know. You just put some imagination into this stage. So like I make a graffiti something. Gee. I mean, it's just kind of like once you have perspective grid and draft for composition, hardest part is done, and then it's more just having fun, like a meditative part begins. Wolf's Master. Yeah, Wolf's Master. I think like art school, art college and stuff. It's not like it's important to properly approach it in a proper way. Don't think about this as some kind of magic place, which is kind of, you know, oh, you just go inside this place and it's making something with you or making something for you, right? No, it's like everything in the life. It's all about people. So you need to make your research is not just place where you study, but directly, exactly who you study from. It's like you need to know everyone, like make your study and research who is teachers, who will be your teacher, then who will be your classmates, right? So what kind of environment is there? It's like there is a serious environment, or it's just a bunch of slackers. So because it's like depends on kind of what is the policy in school or college, like they're serious or they just let anyone in because they pay money. So if you go there and your classmates will be, you know, they go there just because they think it's fun or easy or I don't know, it's just like kind of lazy, wasting of time. And then your teacher, alcoholic or You just, maybe you look his works and you don't like his works, right? Maybe he, from your point of view, he's not professional enough, because sometimes teacher can be same, just like maybe his friend of a school director, and they take him there, but he's not actually like a good artist, or he might be even like be like not good person, you know, whatever, right? So it's your own responsibility, and you should have like clear understanding who you will deal with. And the main like point here, right, like education system, what is main benefits from education system? It's access, it's like a entrance point into community, right? So you look, this is like, what kind of community it is? Is this like part of like, I don't know, it was some like art school in Los Angeles, and teachers, it's people who is like members of some kind of league, unions. They work directly with Hollywood, whatever, you know. They know directors, producers. Yeah, then it's mean this art school, it's an entrance into community, right? This, because if you will like approach this man on the street, you cannot like become a friends or kind of like acquaintances, kind of, right? So you need to be in a mutual environment. So this is the main aspect of kind of education institutions. Is they're not about just like learning stuff in auditoriums. It's about it's like it's a place where they converting you into one of their own. So there is a art community, right? How you get there? You need to get through a certain conversion. You want to become, you should become one of them. You need to proper knowledge, training, and then once you like transform yourself, and they like see, you've been studying from my friend. Like you go to, don't know, like Vilnius, right? Vilnius say like, so your teacher is my friend. I know, we like been like drawing urban sketches together, no, or like having party or whatever, right? So he know already a lot about you, because he can imagine what you learn from his friend. And unless his friend not like kick you out from his classes, right? It means it's also a certain level of trust, and now you kind of belong to their community. So this is like most important key aspect here. And if like with Hollywood is kind of like super, maybe like extreme example, right? As a kind of, but probably is how you should do if you want to work there. But in general, anyway, is this way how it works. Whatever art community you consider as a place you want to be inside there, you look which institutions make you get in. It might be art school or a company. Like maybe you go to become apprentice in certain company. First you just kind of, I don't know, like clean office, kind of work, do some like simple jobs there, and more you became like part of their they know you more and more, and they start to give you more jobs. You just learn from them, listen, stuff like this, you know. Yeah, hello to Brazil. So I mean, like you see, everybody talking, like you might thinking only about like skills, and my opinion, you know, if like yeah, skills you can learn yourself, whatever skills. It's more about like what kind of person are you? Like, do you have this kind of energy, like self-drive? Maybe you're like burning from inside. You're like freaking nuclear bomb, you know, it's just like you're studying books, you practice, you grinding. You don't need community for this, but you need a community to be part of community, you know. You think like everybody will like worship you, say like, oh, there is some mysterious guy, he always sit at home and draw pictures, we're so proud to work with him or whatever. No, you need to communicate with people. They need to know you, you need to know them. They need to know how to talk with you, and like, is this worth their time to talk with you even, you know? So it's kind of important. And then as a like other more, it's more like just a bonus and secondary thing about, yeah, community will help you to improve faster because there's some kind of element of competition or element of some kind of support, like motivation, like when you see everybody work around you, you want to work harder, all the stuff. It's, I think it's secondary. So when you pay kind of for education, right, this is what you pay for. And if you can, like, I don't know, avoid it somehow, maybe like Steve Jobs, he was like, I hear the story, like how he been like just walking inside and study without being actual student. Maybe you can become this guy, say like, okay, this, like everybody will know this guy without shoes, he just don't have money to pay for college, so he's just like sneaking in, study, and everybody know you're like a serious guy. And this kind of you became also like part of community. At least I was in Moscow Academy. I was doing like this couple times. I was just go to drawing sessions, you know. Just I met some friends. I say like, oh, so cool. Can I go to your art academy to draw together? You say, sure, no problem. Because they know they can trust me, you know. They know I will not do something crazy. I will not disturb anyone else. And the same teachers, if they see you serious guy, they will even glad to see you because you became this kind of also kind of like helpful kind of for them, right? Because like you're a serious guy, you're improving very fast, you showing like some good results, so other people want to be like you. So you kind of making community stronger. So this why teacher will like glad to see you even if you're not officially kind of student. So sometimes this works, sometimes even this possible. Yeah. Maybe a guy like on security on the lobby will not let you in, but you will like kind of like a ninja go inside. So many options. So yeah. And this is something like I wish somebody No, I was kind of get it myself, but actually if somebody explain it me this way, I think it will helps me a lot. So that's why I'm talking about this. It's something which is not enough discussed, not enough explained, right? That is not only about drawing. It's very important. People, not only people who are alive, but every people who involve into community. So if you want to be considered, like if you want to be treated seriously, right? If you want people respect you, you need to respect what they respect. You know, if you neglect what is valuable for these people, then they cannot respect you. If you go to like to arts community, let's say some, and you don't know like who is a Mobius, you know, who is like this like important figures in the community, like alive or not alive, you know. If you don't understand, like don't know history, don't understand some foundations, then they just can't treat you seriously. You are outsider by definition. So it's not only about like drawing skills. It's like all together. So if like a resume, you look for you choosing college or school by quality of their community, because this is what they're about. Who's their teachers, who's their students, you know, like a best colleges or academy is when you not finish it yet, but they already start to giving you actual jobs. So you don't even need to looking for a job, because they already, because like your teacher, he have so many projects, and he know people who asking him like for talented artists, and he say, yeah, I have my students, they can do this job for sure, and they give you work. That is best. And that's why you will never get this work if you are outside, because they're just giving job to each other, to their friends, to people inside community. And if you're not inside community, you're kind of like, oh, where there is no vacations, kind of, why? There are only like some short, small jobs available. This is here. And yeah, if you go study somewhere, always choose best place. Don't think it's like, oh, there's too good for me. No, it's like you. It's good to. It feels too good when you outside there, right? But you imagine you get in, you study there, like you became part of them. From inside, it doesn't feel anymore like it's something kind of not for you. So it's just never think this way. You choose the best and you go there, get what is needed to get in, and eventually you will be there. So all this like mediocre, easy stuff is just a waste of time. Because you don't want feeling or illusion. You want a real thing, right? So it's here. See here. Yeah, this is how I was going to my art college. I was like in the childhood, I went to. I've been like always draw myself in a childhood, and the parents say like, "Oh, you need to go to like a children art school," and I don't know, I was like 9 year old maybe, and for me it was so boring because I want to draw Godzilla, I want to draw like aliens, um, boy stuff like a war and stuff. But teacher wanted me to draw flowers, so I was kind of bored and I quit. And then but I keep like drawing, I think myself. But then, and when I was like 17, I decided I want to become artist, so I need to find some college where to study, and I have no idea where to go. So I go to my teacher from this children art school. So I ask like, where can I go to study? And she says there is like a art college, which is like very hard to get in. It's crazy. It's like best in our area, but it's very difficult even for people who finish this children art school. So her students been study like 5 years at her art school, and even for them it's very hard to get in. So like sound very intimidating, right? But I say like, okay, best, then I need to go there. Why waste time for some other place, right? So I get there, study like some preliminary courses. They have like 1 year. Every art college, I guess, not every, but usually they have like preparation classes, right? So if you go there, it always works. And in worst cases, like you can go like get in from second time or third time. I get in like from first time because I was study hard, so I just do everything they teach me, and they see potential kind of, and they let me in. And like one guy, like one of my friend, like acquaintance, let's say, who graduated this my art college, he's an artist in some, you can see, I forgot name, but there's some animation in Death Love Robots, so he been drawing there. Так. Let's see. Some shading little. Just Not much color, just warm and cool. I will not make like super color in here. And some music. Yeah, very cool this detail. Leg on the lights. It's like two fingers in a shadow. But here he's a leg stepping out from a shadow. Very nice detail. So same, you see, like a nice practice, very simple. You just have two two value, light and shadow, and maybe one like a really, really bright forest sky. So here, same here, let's just put shadow area without digging too much into details, because it's like just specific practice for light and shadow, because called chiaroscuro, right? Chiaroscuro. So keep the shadow. Drums. Dun, 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 dun. So here's shadow. Yeah, let this look closer to real watercolor. Okay. So it's kind of like a perspective grid. It's make every drawing, composition, and illustration much easier to make. So it's like kind of big essential part. Same for coloring. Most essential it's this light and shadow. So once you have them, then remains some minor details. So it's easier to put some color details after. Так. It's a 5-second break. 1-minute break. Так.
Madness. This is Jane Bond art.
Let's continue this story. So let's make y-axis a little convergent. So it's kind of like 3 vanishing point. Horizon line. So, okay, there's the vanishing point here. And X here. Так. So then we have the second vanishing point for building here in the front. Right. Or maybe here. Okay. And I put composition elements. So here's this guy. So and the crowd. So crowd, just it's like first, just like one person like this. Then you can break down person like this, or it can be like upper half and upper half and lower half. First, just kind of like establish proportions and overlap. This way it's kind of easier to organize like crowd of people. You see like where is leg, and then you can just make it more detailed anytime you want. Can make them walk later. Can like put a rifle in their arms. But first, it's important just proportions, placement, and some kind of like overlap, right? So you help yourself in the future to draw these people, because in the future you will know where this person standing, and you can focus on details. Kind of this. I have tutorials about Azure. You just watch my previous tutorials. You can go to my page on YouTube, right? And there is a search button, and you write Azure, and you will see there's maybe 3 videos already talking about how to draw Azure stuff. No, more than 3. There's like 6 video, I think. Like I talking about like Azure Sphere, about this relativity with the stairs. It's all about perspective grids. Because perspective is just like XYZ. You need to know behavior of XYZ, and then you can draw whatever perspective you want. Oh, hello, Link. Yeah. All right. So, how is your Cintiq? Here. Welcome. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you can like first live video, just do whatever trash. No, it's like, it feels like everybody will watching you. It's like all world will look your streams and it's like, oh no, this guy don't know how to make stream. In reality, like my first 100 streams, I was like, sometimes I was just like off camera, like my drawing not good. I was like, oh shit, I need to off my stream. So I think like very first couple streams can be absolutely whatever. Like no need to think about quality of first live videos. You just kind of like a testing process. So like YouTube algorithms, they're very weird, very hard to predict anything. Ah, yeah. We'll go to your YouTube too. Let's collaborate. Так. Yeah, first streams, you just practice mechanics, like how to works, like whole process, just to make yourself comfortable. Like you figure out, like, do you want to listen music or how loud the microphone should be. Anyway, nobody will watch it at first. You want just like a drawing on a live or like sometimes I look streamers as they just draw, you know, drawing their projects or warm-ups, exercises, and they have audience. That's very cool. So here, this crowd, people. So it's interesting how I can draw people just this shoulder outline. It's already make it look like a crowd. This guy here with a rifle. Dude. All this proportions. It's weird. Yeah, was this like live streams? Oh, my Wi-Fi is okay. It's like one of important thing is just endure lack of effect, lack of feedback or something, because you're just making these videos. Is don't give much money, as there is no much feedback. Sometimes people watching just without saying anything, and you kind of thinking like, why you doing these videos? So just need to be aware of it. Like sometimes it feel like ungrateful job, right? Because like it's eventually became like a job. You need to spend so much time on it. Like when you have like hundreds of hours of streaming, it really became your job. It's just like, what the hell am I doing this? There's no money. It's like, So from beginning you need to have kind of goal, like a reason why you might make videos and streams, even if you don't have anything from it. I mean, kind of money or popularity, or I don't know. Because even if your like guarantee will become popular and will start to make money after like 3 or 5 years, right? This first 3 5 years, you need to survive. You need to keep doing it. Ignoring kind of this. Anyway, kind of says here. It's kind of funny, but it's really like oh, cool. I just understand what is my perspectives. But well, thank you. Yeah, so like my motivation kind of for this channel was just I see I can share some knowledge and some like share something which can be helpful and kind of help other people, kind of, right? And especially like when everything seems in the world like going crazy, like in the 2002 2003 22 23, I was sure will be like nuclear war and stuff. It's just like funny, like my reaction to this was, I think like, okay, so what can I do best? I can teach some perspective and share my thoughts, draw more pictures. Like kind of guys on Titanic, where there was like Titanic going underwater and there's orchestra keep playing music. So for me, it was just like, yeah, maybe everything will end soon, but at least somebody will learn perspective. And maybe these people who learn perspective from my channel, somebody of them will survive and teach people after nuclear war about perspective. So it's kind of like start to make like very, very like transcendental kind of sense. So it's not just about views and money, What we do is kind of like who we are, and this what is the meaning of life is in what we are doing, I think. Так. Yeah, nice. Yeah, be more social. That's cool. Yeah, it's like YouTube is also like social network, social platform, because you can find some other artist on YouTube and you can say, let's collaborate, you know. So it's like kind of a messenger somehow. And also like many people contact you from all around the world. Very cool. I even like now I don't understand even like why people still on Facebook what they're doing there. Just like showing pictures of their food. It's like so weird. It's like you going into public square where there's like hundreds screaming propagandists, like screaming there like propaganda crap. Ah, like listen to me, listen to this, watch what they're doing. And in all this noise, you kind of show in your private photographs. Hey people, look at my photograph. Do you know what I did yesterday? Do you know where I go yesterday? It's like, what's this thing? It's so freaking surreal. This Facebook. Yeah, I've been using Facebook just to share my pictures, and I have like 10,000 like impressions before, but then since kind of all this Ukraine war, Israel stuff, uh, I've been shadow banned heavily. Now I have like 6,000 friends. I know 6,000 followers, 4,000 friends on Facebook, 1,000 subscribers on my group. It's communist Facebook. Так, yeah. So they will really like their share, like broadcast all this like commercials, propaganda on Facebook, but real people banned. So make sure like no real people will be like visible. This is crazy. So YouTube for me seems like more decent platform because like at least I can see like every time I stream, some new people can find my videos. So at least some kind of connection to outer world. Так. Taiwan, great. It's really paradise. It's kind of, why I also like talking about Taiwan and have this Taiwan hat on my streams is because it's kind of incredible how people have no idea what this place is. Like if you've never been in Taiwan, you have no idea. It's just like I don't know if there is right now place on the world where it's same kind of civilized, peaceful, and like very bright. So like really feel like heaven on earth, and and this is why it's like I told people about Taiwan, and they like sometimes they say, "Oh, but there is danger." It's like what danger? Like, do you know what they're talking about? It's like danger, like possibility that China kind of will attack Taiwan. But they talking about this like 100 year, I guess. Can go to Wikipedia. They have already like 600 warnings about like attacking Taiwan. And I think like China should be called like terrorist state because they do like freaking like every year, couple times they claim they will like attack Taiwan. Like inside China, they talking about it's like whatever crazy stuff like killing like every Taiwan people, like emptying island for Chinese people. It's like everything. They're talking like crazy wild stuff there. And while kind of pretending to be like kind of civilized high economy first world country. It's like Taiwan is like kind of like Japan, like very like people here very nice, very clean and everything great. So maybe one time you will visit me in Taiwan too. Will be cool. Can like we can ride scooters around Taiwan, like on the coast, right? So there's like forget the shape. So let's say kind of Taiwan, something like this, right? So we can ride motorcycle all around in a couple days without rush. Just enjoy mountains, everything. Very cool place. Okay, this is kind of a little weird here. yeah, I wish. Yeah, right now you see I'm kind of like very tight on money. I need to pay like house leasing, and it's all my income. So I like even cannot go to Japan. Like I still kind of keep planning. So next year I will go Japan. This year I will go Japan. But I still don't go. It's very cheap. Japan is very close. Yeah. So don't know. Maybe YouTube will explode, or my motorcycle book will become like bestseller, and I will like make tours to America to travel stuff. Let's see. Maybe I need to start a fundraiser, like help me pay my house. Yeah, only like what I can say is like better to be in this situation in Taiwan than in Russia. Feels very different. Yeah, very cool. I have like my niece share motorcycle with me, so soon I will make stream drawing motorcycle. We'll check it out. Так, this kind of here. There. And the weather better now, so can go urban sketch. Yeah, I also should like always forget to sign to Urban Sketcher events. Can be like a lecturer there. Oh yeah, yeah. We'll make comic book with motorcycles, something. But I have, like kind of motorcycle overload. It's just too much motorcycles in my life right now. When I finish book, I will like to forget about motorcycles for a couple months. But I guess this will be impossible. Still will need to draw some. Yeah, well, it's interesting also one day when I realize I want to be artist, it's when I understand whatever else I tried to do. I've been like work like different jobs and like I was studying IT. I was thinking like to work in IT. But then realize that everything I do became so unbearable at certain point. It's just like, oh man, like I hate this. Don't want to do anymore. And only drawing, no matter how crazy it's became, like no matter like how much you overload it with it, I never feel disgusted. I never feel as like I hate this stuff or like I don't want to do it anymore. No, I can bear it forever. And this for me was kind of sign that I should do it professionally, like dedicate life. Because like it's not always funny, it's not always easy. But what is for sure, it never make me irritated, like to state when I cannot bear it anymore. When with IT, I was just like no way. It's so annoying. Just see like computer everywhere, all this keyboard stuff. I was like, no way. It's so freaking boring. But eventually I end up sitting on computers every day, making streams. So it's all this full of irony. Yeah, I remember like I was in art college, and I was also working like in no, I was like before art college even. So I was working like in a shop, so like selling art materials and also work with children, like kind of drawing together, showing clients how they can use different art tools, kind of, right? And it's like 5 day a week. It was my first job, like working 5 days, and it was so crazy. Like when I was, how it was? Let me see. Let me. Yeah. Okay. So I was work, go home, like go to sleep. In my dream, I work full day, and then I wake up and I need to go to work. It's like, what the hell? So, like, am I supposed like rest when I sleep, like recover? But instead of recover, I work in my dream, like full day in a dream. Crazy. So years. Yeah, now I sometimes have a dreams like I'm still at my old jobs somewhere. But this one, yeah, it's the most terrible dream you might have. It's like nobody pay you for this. Yeah. Factory. Um, Tests. But my funniest job was when I work in theater as like artist of decoration. It's so cool. I was so happy to go there, and it's like there was so many people from my art college. So it's like it feels like you're still in art college, like all atmosphere same, but now it's a job. Now it's like they will pay you for this. So it was so amazing at the beginning, but then turns out my boss is an asshole. It's like, I mean, it unbearable. He's just ridiculous. Like kind of a guy who want everyone to kiss his ass, you know. And he kind of like immediately became like very kind of, I don't know what to say, like don't know, like like unethical. Yeah, unethical. He kind of like start to push personal borders from beginning. Like before I signed contract, he was kind of normal guy. Like when I start to like go to my first day, immediately he changed and start to kind of like being kind of like publicly trying to insult me, you know, like showing my place. And what is funny is like kind of first day, right? So they just like showing me around, and I finally go to my workplace. I start to draw, and then after 1 hour, they say like, you know, today like one of our worker have a birthday, so we need to kind of gather a little money, and like will be like a little some alcohol on a lunchtime. I say okay. So like I was practically working just about 1 hour, and then we'll go to lunch, and there everybody drink vodka. I say okay, like one bottle on like 10 people, and no problem. But then they keep taking bottles for under table, so just like more and more. It's like so it's like working day is like a Monday in the theater like this, like how long will be their lunchtime? I was curious. So it's just keep drinking vodka and like say like, hey, drink with us. So okay, so little drink, and I feel like a drunk already. And there's my boss appears, start to kind of talking rude with me. I tell him like go fuck himself, and eventually we fight. And that's it. It was like my first day, and I was working half day. They pay me for 1 day work, and they kind of think it's like problem for me because they write in my papers like I work only 1 day in the theater. But I kind of freelance artist. I don't care. I was just so disappointed. This guy like so bad, and everybody okay with it. You know, it's some kind of like post-Soviet bureaucracy stuff. People just, I mean, like losing their dignity for money. It's so funny. Yeah, I'm glad in this situation I have, kind of, it was sad how this like amazing environment immediately became like not so amazing. And then in same day I get call from my previous job, and this previous job have like better salary and work like no, basically it's like only like 2 days a week, like 24 hour every 3 days. So a 3 day off, and 1 day I work 24 hour. So, and I think like, okay, no problem. So if they fire me from theater, I just go to this other job, and this is what I did. So their plan to get another lemon who will like, you know, eat their crap. It's their plan is failed because I have other job. And anyway, I was kind of ready to struggle again. But eventually this experience catch me in Hong Kong. And so it's kind of was, like when you understand some experience, you just need to get through, right? Like in Hong Kong, I had like crazy boss. It's like so weird. But because it's Hong Kong, I kind of like just put it on a scale, right? And I say, just living in Hong Kong is already amazing adventure. So it's really like just another detail inside huge adventure. Because I've been like, I have many drawings there. I met a lot of people, have interesting life experience there. And inside this whole huge experience, this like ridiculous boss is just tiny detail. Abuse each other, it's kind of their culture. And so it's kind of considered fair for them. You like you try fool them, they try fool you. So they just don't understand like a really honest play. It's always play of power, kind of power play. Yeah. And in the contrast, like like all this atmosphere, and then like I have student, just like kids, who's like very simple, very honest, and it was very good balance, kind of. They're balancing this out. Yeah, see you later. So, some shade in here. Because just like communicate with people who have like don't have any ill intents, don't want to like use you and stuff. It's kind of a nice experience. It's kind of rare thing somehow. I even think like I'm so simple, maybe I'm autistic or something. I hope not. I hope it's normal kind of thing still. Okay. Let's put this. So one more.
Madness. This is Jane Bond art.
Так. See this one. So here y-axis vertical. Так. So then we have a vanishing trace for stairs going down. Think about here. So it's vanishing trace. The vanishing point outside here. So this y-axis, right? It's also z-axis, and it's kind of showing us towards the vanishing point, because horizon line is outside of picture frame. Vanishing point also outside, but we can show curvature, like I was showing beginning of this video, how it works. But yeah, like will be about this. So here's the axis. So see what happened. We have convergence. So this is z and this is z. So they're like convergent towards a vanishing point outside of picture frame. And now once we have two lines, Now I subdivide. So this is kind of grid for z-axis. So this will be like grid for stairs going down. And x. Right, so let's see what x here. X here is just parallel, just parallel lines. So we look. This. Okay. So this x. So here is our perspective grid, and now with this perspective grid we put all these composition elements. So what we have stairs, we have this like staircase. So we need kind of like place. You see each element you want to be present in your picture, and now you organize them together. So what is size of each element and the location. So let's kind of go. So here will be this kind of staircase, and then we'll have staircase here. Then here is like a railing go in this direction. Here we have this platform, this corner of the wall. Then a window and character. So on this stage it's kind of like a sketch, right? So you being like my approach, I like to be like treated like clay. So I kind of like searching for form, being like very vague, and slowly define it more and more clearly. So this way it's kind of being like little fluid. It's more liberating than trying to be like super stiff and precise from beginning. Hello, George. Yeah, I recommend you my YouTube channel because it's kind of very general question, and it very much depends on what exactly you want to draw. You know, it's like don't treat perspective like some knowledge which is just kind of exist on its own. No, it's very opposite. Like perspective it's like very basic, very simple principles. like vanishing point, perspective grid, horizon line, this kind of stuff is like very simple. And once you understand this, once you learn like very basics, so you can draw like a box in a 2-point perspective, right? Then your next step should be figuring out how to draw particular thing in perspective. So it's like Scott Robertson book is like how to draw vehicles in perspective, right? So it's specific direction. It's not just perspective. Also, he have chapter like how to draw environments, like he little talking about this there, right? But then you should go more specific. What exactly, like what is your job? What kind of profession in art you will do? Because there is no such thing as an artist in general. You should eventually is kind of always certain job, and you kind of ask yourself what kind of job exactly you want to do. And this will like depend on what kind of job, what kind of specific art you aim into. It will be different approach to perspective. This is kind of what I want to say. No, this is not a goal. Like I just want to draw pretty pictures. No, it's not. So it's like in this case, your problem is like you don't know what you want. No, it's kind of just immediately red flag. Because just like, oh, I see a cool picture, I want to draw like this. That's not serious. It's like, oh, I seen a doctor I seen a doctor, in like a doctor attire. I don't know how, forget how it's called, robe. And they look so cool. I want to be doctor. Yeah, I mean, like you want to wear cosplay doctor or you want to learn medicine. Yeah. Which is like a lot of work. Same here. All these people like who's like, oh, I seen cool picture, I want to draw like this. Yeah, no wonder everyone like, I want to draw to like, I want to be genius in everything, I want to be able to make cool stuff. But this is not enough. and this is not is not like kind of is not a goal. It's just kind of wishful thinking or some kind of dream. So like, yeah, I want to be like I don't know, Mike Tyson kind of, Yeah, good luck with this. Because like first punch in the head will change my mind, Also like, no, maybe I'm not so much really interested in this stuff. No, again, no. It's a wrong way to make a goal. And it's like very important. It's like might be sound like I'm just kind of talking nonsense. This is a problem of beginners because they don't understand like what is important. You find artists you like, right? And you have like exact example of quality work you want to do. And this work, it will be not just a picture. It will be like illustration for a book, illustration for magazine, maybe cover, maybe it's illustration, maybe it's like concept art, look like illustration, right? But this is concept art for a game. Maybe it's an oil painting for exhibition, right? So you make painting on a canvas, so you can after make exhibition and sell for collectors. So it's not just a picture, it's always a specific type of artwork. This is what I mean. Like you need to see like what art direction you want to work with, because it's a proper way to look at it. You not look like just like, oh, it looks cool, I want to draw like this. Wrong. Absolutely wrong approach. It's like uneducated, pointless, most like, I don't know even like how to call it. It's just dubious, you know, and like you don't see it, but it is. And so you not just how it look, you need to figure out what kind of profession it should be for you. And only when you figure it out, then you can talk about the real learning of perspective and like all this, a lot of different foundations like anatomy, drawing clothes and drawing vehicles. Because if you go other way around, you will never learn anything. Because you can learn stuff forever. You cannot just sit and learn this. That's it. Finally, I learn. Yeah, when you finally learn everything you need to be like just good artist in general, you will be 100-year-old, right? And then you will say like, oh, now once finally I learn everything I want, and now I can start to draw in whatever I choose, right? This kind of approach is it's just kind of in material world is unrealistic. So only proper way to approach it is as early as possible. Like if you're not like 5-year-old, right? You're like adult, so you're already thinking like materialistic work because you need to do in a job anyway. You cannot avoid it. Anything is a kind of a job. So early as possible figure out which type of art profession you want to dedicate yourself to, and then this profession will tell you what kind of perspective you need to learn. And this is very important. That's why I kind of ask like kind of what type of work you want to make. Because like you want to make animation, okay, there will be like a certain approach how to improve your perspective to make it good enough for animation. And you know, same with anatomy and stuff. Yeah, so better like I recommend watch you. I have video on a channel called How to Improve. They're like very good. They're not only my videos, they share different videos and just talking about this, making it very clear. Because this way it will like save a lot of your time, and actually it's how to be efficient, you know. Don't have this kind of like illusion like you're doing stuff right, but actually have kind of results, actually move to something, really. Так. Everybody do this mistake, and better understand it as early as possible. Understand that this kind of attitude is it's actual mistake. So it's like it's not mistake like you don't know how to learn something. No, mistake is like you don't know what you learn for. Like what you learn for. This is what you need to know. It should be clear for you. Before you learn, you need to know why you learn. What it's for. Nice. Yeah. Welcome. Maybe here. Anyway, click on this. Here. So, yeah, Rodolfo Damaggio. Everybody check him out. It's just top level stuff. So incredible. Так. And it's like also when you kind of copy, study your favorite artwork, you also notice a lot of details, which usually you never notice. And it's kind of improving your artist vision in general. Так, okay, let's see. Threads. Nice. So more I look this, more I notice details. It's so cool. Так. So here. So. So it's kind of a step when you stage, when you making composition, is this kind of like a calibrating, like you need to arrange all these shapes, arrange how all these different elements will coexist. Sometimes it's like crazy and difficult subject, but it's also so why it's very interesting. Так, this kind of railing. Go here, go there. So I want to capture this shape. So take some time to to make this curve looks right. There's some kind of tiny moment, but it's really important. Так. Yeah, this composition is fantastic. So great. And even like simplifying here. And threads. Because it's not kind of in your face, but quality of this composition, it's just top notch. It's like a music. Let's see. It's talking about all this like abstract artists, modern abstract art, whatever. Here, so many abstraction, so many abstract composition in this work. On a very high level. Так. Second. Like, kind of here. Okay.
Who are you?
My name is Bond.
Jim Bond.
I forget legs there. Whoops. Anyway, also I was talking every time about such practice of like a breaking down perspective. Interesting also nuance here is that basically practice finish when you have this pencil breakdown, right? And you make all this like inking or shading as extra is unnecessary, some extra element here. So you're just doing it basically for fun. You want to see how far you can go, how close you can draw to original picture, let's say. So with this approach is like you really learn essentials, but you can also learn something more, something extra. And when you make failures, right, like when you draw like not exactly like or much lower quality, you will not feel frustrated too much, because from beginning you don't have this goal and you already succeed. You already have a result which you want. You learn perspective, right? But also, more you doing this stuff, more you notice how better and better you became. So it's like I say, it's all these nuances, how to trick your lazy mind, how to make yourself learn and do essential practice, so it doesn't feel like very mundane and or like demanding. It doesn't feel demanding. It's more like a kind of very enjoyable process, actually, kind of like a conversation with a smart person. Thank you. Thank you. And during this practice, like right now, I enjoy how much I discover. So like I just been so fascinated, like how much tiny details he have. It's incredible. Look, he even shows this like a barrel thickness in a barrel, right? So like how meticulously he draw like every stick here, like a pole. Then you see like this railing going here and going down. Oh, that's just so cool. So many details. Like I say, devil in details. I don't know why devil, but just quality in details. So you should to learn kind of work on a very precise level. So nothing random, kind of, right? Everything should be like for a purpose. It should kind of have specific function and a role. And when you have like accidents, these accidents, they're not, it's kind of like your work quality, right, is not made by accidents. It's made by proper approach, by like knowing your craft. But accidents, they just like might appear as a cherry on top when there is already good job done. If there is no good foundation, if there is no good job, you cannot have lucky accidents. Or if your work is only lucky accident, then it's a low quality work, you know. It's like, yeah, for beginners, they might not see it. It's, you know, like when you're beginning in art, you might think like, oh, I just will like make a splashes, I will do all this random noise, and it looks so cool. Yeah, it might be look cool for beginner, but as not serious level, it's it's just I'm amateur. So, like Miyazaki say, like I read his interview about Coco Delivery. I forgot how it's called, delivery agency. Coco Delivery Company. Okay, anyway. So he say idea, like what is idea, kind of based on which he makes this story. Say it's about like when we're children, when we're a child, like we can do everything so effortlessly, you know, being so like fluent, you can draw pictures, feel very fun, have fun with this and stuff. But then when you grow up, you cannot do it anymore without a system. For grown-ups, everything you do should be done with a system. And then if you want to get this kind of childish energy, like passion and intuition return, right, you need to learn how to do this by adjusting them to coexist. So your grammar, your system should coexist with your feelings and intuition. And you just cannot avoid this. It's the only way. So it's just like reality of grown-up people of this kind of everybody cannot avoid. So it's like this, remember, she was like flying with her broom and Kiki in this film. And then when she gets some kind of trouble, like communicating with her peers, like with other kids, she kind of feel like she cannot socialize, right? Like she's a outsider kind of. So this kind of make her feel like she not good enough and stuff, kind of. So she'll get depressed and she cannot fly anymore, right? So she need to relearn how to fly. And this is what Miyazaki say, like what happened with every artist. Like when as children, is drawing was so easy, but then it's like you forget how to draw and you need to learn again. But this time, for you to draw, it should be a proper way. You should do it technically. You cannot do it intuitive way like you did in childhood anymore. But no, like I say, it should be like you need to learn technique and you need to learn how to combine it with your intuition, right? How to be fluent and have this kind of fresh quality in your work. But without technique, your fresh quality mean nothing. Without like grammar, without knowing craft, all this like intuition don't have any value. It's just like a hobby, or it's like hobby or leisure. Don't know. The zero of value, I think. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I have many sketchbooks from streams. Drawing should be like for artists, right? For us, drawing should be like a breathing. Like it should be not even a question. Like you're drawing a lot is not like achievement, or it's not kind of. It's a default. Drawing a lot is default. It's like we're not like amazed by fish being able hold so long underwater, right? So same we should not consider like drawing a lot like some kind of exceptional thing for artists. No, it's a default thing, and it should. You also like you should manage for yourself how to make it possible for you to draw a lot, just like constantly, like. And sometimes I draw so much, sometimes it's like kind of I have this kind of surreal state of mind when I don't know like what happened anymore. It's like who I am, where I am, what happened. It's kind of, I don't know, it's weird. But yeah, it's just something, like when you breaking through to the other side, but without any kind of substances, just with your work. It's like your meditation, it's kind of nothing normal kind of about this. It's all very weird if you think about it. Oh, now I wonder, maybe he had like 3D model for this thing. Because now in his late works of Rodolfo Damaggio, I see he making a lot 3D models. Oh yeah, like when I draw around in real life, Yeah, it's like you became like a Neo or Robocop or Terminator. You just you constantly notice patterns around, like compositions, perspective. Like it's it's kind of like a sense of humor, or or like musicians who have this, like I forget how it's called, like when they can hear notes, right? So like some musicians, they can hear like birds sing, and they recognize like every note. So after he go home and he can play on piano same notes. So same kind of with artists, like they're different than normal people. Like you're not only learn how to draw pictures, no, whole your life change. Like you live in a different world. Like people like talking about some kind of, oh, do you know this kind of, like, oh, there is a, like, I don't know, parallel universe, or like we're living in a simulation. Oh, and they like so kind of being kind of aroused about this, or it's like there is a god and life after death, it's not, guys, like if you just look around, just look around, it's freaking blow your mind. It's because I don't know what you call this, but all this, like, people like primitive kind of pictures of wonders and surreal stuff have nothing to compare to just normal life. It's just it's crazy. It's like, it's kind of like this cartoon Midnight Gospel kind of, right? So it's like normal life, just life itself, it's absolutely surreal thing. And you just kind of started to see it, this kind of, I think. So this stuff is not in a category of like some kind of wonderful discussions. No, it's just like your life. You just look around and you see how magic unfolds, kind of like something happening, some kind of kind of incredible mechanic of a universe. Kind of somehow all this like works, and yeah, and you kind of is not just words. All this is real stuff. I mean, it's just like doing perspective, like all the study perspective, looking around, and then you see like perspective itself. It's kind of, it's like a code, So yeah, it's like a code of like a visual engine code, like in some kind of computer game. So I don't know who, but somebody definitely like programmed all this stuff. Oh, and I mean, like, who did this? is not YouTube conversation, because it's been kind of vulgarized. All these conversations, they became so vulgar. So only you can speak about this as in a setting of a certain religion, or as a secular science kind of point of view, or as a funny story, like like you make a comic book, let's say, like Chronics of Amber. Like, have you heard Amber by Roger Zelazny? I don't know English, like Zelazny. It's crazy, so interesting. And it's like it's kind of a story in a book, okay? But this kind of what I mean is like when you're talking about like what you notice in the world and you put it in a story, so people will think it's just a fairy tale, like there's like a Matrix and stuff like that. Yeah, I also think it just will be like less and less artists who draw traditionally. So no, it definitely will be something special. I don't know how easy it will be make money on it, but it definitely will be very unique thing. But here another actually moment is like robots, right? Like, what think about like this, like a Tesla robots. Whole thing about them is that they will be able to do physical art too. So robots will be able to take a brush and make like oil painting or whatever. And I think they will able to make it look like it's done by humans. So it's some kind of interesting new detail. So it's like, I don't know about marketing much, but it's definitely huge. It's definitely something huge, like marketing-wise speaking, right? If robot can like simulate man work, because so many like famous artists, like most of their work done by some kind of slave artists, right? Like I met, for example, in Moscow, I met some students who say sometimes they have like a contract when they say you make a painting and you sign NDA, so you never say it's your work. So it's not only like somebody own your work and rights to print and sell, right? But they also own kind of, they claim it's their work or whatever they want, you just don't have right to say you did this. So many like famous painters, they sell their work very expensive. They say it's done by them, when in reality they just have some outsource artist who painted for them. And maybe they make like some final touches, just like a little adjusted and say, okay, that's my work. Why not do same stuff with a robot, right? Like you buy this Tesla robots paint pictures for you, and then you tell you did it. So that's kind of interesting. Because before, like, if you we think like, oh, only digital. No, not only digital. Now robots, now AI will do also traditional too. So it more became just like kind of drawing in front of people, you know. So then we can say, okay, this picture being like some people watching in real life, in real, like, alive, right? Like in a real situation, they've been following how you complete whole picture. And then, yeah, we have like absolute proof is done by human, because we have all these witnesses. There is stamp that is entirely human made. So it's very, very weird, and it sounds so complicated that like even if you will able to draw your stuff, you need to pay for service, somebody to put a stamp on your work, so you can sell it like a original human-made work, you know. Oh, it's kind of. So, and in this case, so we're talking about some another thing. What is a drawing, right? What is being as artist? Not only as a craft, not only as a like some kind of production. When art is like, oh, I make a picture, now you can like own it or whatever, right? What if we talk about artist and like process, like act of making artwork, not only as a like a commodity, right? But as some very important kind of is a kind of a way to be alive, is a way of living, like yeah, Rick Rubin have a book like art way of living, kind of this, right? So it's some kind of also is like a ritual, it's a quality of living. It's when you draw, like I said already, it's just people different, right? And somebody kinetic, like to some physical activities, somebody like to talk, somebody like make music, draw, and this is who they are. So even if robots will draw, make pictures, it doesn't mean like you should stop being yourself. So I think this kind of aspect is very also essential. So, and then you see artists not as a worker kind of competing with the robots, but as a some kind of like being which existence is important for human society, I guess, for, you know, weird, just something to think about. Think about it. Like it's crazy. Like in my childhood, I was like witness of this like previous era. It's not just it's era before television. In my childhood, we had like very very bad quality television. So it's like black and white. Is always like noise, and it's not much to watch. So everybody going in the yard. People like always sitting outside, like doing their stuff. Some children doing homework, uh, parents talking, like men might like play some uh, table games, and people was also like playing, singing songs together. It's insane. Like right now, I don't see it anymore. Just immediately after we get television, color television, so everybody just sit at home and watch news and watch like news, movies, and then computer games, video games, internet and stuff. But I mean, it was kind of, you see this like art we experience like every day, like as a part of our life. And there's so many people like who's like very very talented. They don't have like awards, or they're not perform in big concert halls. They just sing in a friend environment, but they're really really good. So many cases like this. So maybe we'll be like robots will be everywhere, but people will keep doing art. And maybe like in Dune, people will just destroy AI, say like, no, we don't like it anymore. Ah, interesting. Yeah, you need to more try drawing real life stuff, like people and environment. This stuff, it's kind of like most, let's say, noble, noble, and like I really feel great. Everybody like it, and also it's like way to communicate with people, interact. And also more appreciate. Okay, can I just take, where's my brush? Brush. Where's the brush? Anyway. Ah, okay. Brush. Start. Because also like when you draw like people, it became also like a, you know, like you're capturing like a memory. It's like one thing is like photograph for a memory, other thing is a drawing for a memory. Так. I guess I need to make everything in a shadow. Так. Maybe also as a content, you should support my channel financially. Became a member. It's like if you became like a channel of or member of this channel, you can join our Discord. So there's Discord where we like sharing pictures and stuff. I given feedbacks there. So sure. It's a lot of shadow here. Yeah. So now we need public relation experts to Marketing. Think. No, I live in Taiwan. I was like in Russia like 10 years ago. Last time. So here. Yeah, I'm a Taiwan citizen. Yeah, I speak Chinese, but still very bad. It's kind of shame on me for this. Oh, very basic level. So enough to survive, but not enough to like a business communication. No, I need more vocabulary. Like all this time I was improving my English. So, like mostly for listening and reading. And with YouTube channel, I also had this like goal. One of my goals is improve my speaking in kind of vocabulary. Oh, but still kind of so bad. Maybe I need to make like I think I should make like videos with text. So I need to write some complex text and speak. So this way I will improve my vocabulary. Because like this during live streams, I keep using same words. So I kind of stuck. Hello, Born Sif. Thank you. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, this year I will publish motorcycle book. And this book will be crazy. And then I have 2 more books, like about urban sketching and dynamic perspective. So I think with the books, it will be better. And also when I finish a motorcycle book, I will have more time to work on YouTube. It's kind of will be more time to prepare some new tutorials. Yeah, it's nice sometimes to have people to talk, but it's not so easy to create because different time zone, I don't have so many people who will attend my streams. But yeah, anyway, more I think more and more people will know about this channel, so it will be easier to gather community kind of. Find like guests and stuff. I don't have exact date for a book. I just like telling myself I will publish it this year, because I will do it through Amazon. So I will do like English version of motorcycle book on Amazon without crowdfunding. Like I decide I don't want to bother with this, because like I'm saying, I cannot do Kickstarter in Taiwan because I don't know. Kickstarter probably recognize China better, Communist Party. But yeah, I tried GoFundMe, and it's weird because like I was like gathering people to pre-launch campaign, and then they change kind of administration, like owner of GoFundMe change, and all my pre-launch campaign been erased. It's weird, they just erase it. And I kind of see like decide I don't want, it's like it will be so much work to promote campaign on a GoFundMe, and it's more like I promote them doing all work myself, and but still I will need to pay them for platform. So I decide like, okay, Amazon take it % for printing, so I will rather share with Amazon, no big deal. But at least what Amazon is good at, it's Amazon promoting my books. So I have some books there, and it's really like recommending my books for some random people. It's good. So I think I will just kind of stick with Amazon for first English printing. Then I will go to next year, I will go to Taiwan publishers to check if they like to print Chinese version of motorcycle book. Yeah, thank you, George. Chlorina Sean. Yeah, you watch my videos explaining, or like watch this video today from beginning. So I explain about how I doing this and like what is all about. It's in the beginning. So if resume, right, you to draw like this, you need to learn basics about perspective. So it's like what is XYZ, what is perspective grid, and then you like analyze your favorite artworks to understand how they use perspective principles to draw their work. So like here today, it's a demonstration. I kind of talking about how to understand and how to learn perspective from Rodolfo Damaggio. So let me give you a link to, so here's his art station. The very cool top level artist. Так, okay, he worked like an illustrator, storyboard artist for Hollywood. And you can see top level projects there. Okay, so I think that's it. So for today, so have this stuff. Then we'll have this. So it was nice to talk. Oh, 20 viewers. I'm famous now. Just 10, so it should make like 10 hours streams maybe. Because like, yeah, after 5 hours, like more people appear. It's weird. It's kind of, my name is my English name now, Jin. My Russian name, Zhenya. So, kind of similar. Zhenya. Okay. So, see you later, George. See you later, Rhino. Yeah. Okay, everybody.